than the court date. We didn't know that.
Yeah.
We didn't know that. If we'd known that, we would do different. But any event, for the record, is your full name Rebecca, middle initial M, Miller.
Yeah.
Citation I'm looking at alleges an honor about November 17th, 2023, committed the offense of hit and run attended vehicle. That's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction to be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you in this matter, and he's going to enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would stipulate to probable cause and ask the court to enter a not guilty plea. Can you read that for me?
Yeah.
Go ahead and read it straight for me.
Ms. Miller, the plea of not guilty preserves your rights pending a pretrial, which we're going to set for March 14th. I trust you've exchanged contact information with Mr. Haverco. I'm going to sign an order setting the matter for that date, and that will have Mr. Haverco's contact information in it.
We've signed, Your Honor.
And I am signing the order as well. Ms. Miller, I want to thank you for appearing today. The warrant is quashed that was issued. Now I want you to go to the counter outside the courtroom to your left, and you'll be given a copy. Tell Madam Clerk who you are, and you'll get a copy of today's order. Any conditions of release are law-abiding behavior, stay out of trouble, stay in contact with your attorney, and appear for court as directed. Thank you, Ms. Miller. Fidel Adrian Rodriguez. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey.
Again, you went into warrant status for failure to appear for an arraignment. But in any event, is your full name Fidel Adrian, middle initial L, Rodriguez? Ms. Rodriguez, the citation I have alleges an honor about January 13th of 2024. You committed the offense of assault in the 4th degree domestic violence. That charge is what they call a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction to be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to enter a plea on your behalf and represent you in this matter, and he'll do so at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would stipulate to probable cause, ask the court to enter not guilty plea.
Mr. Rodriguez, a plea of not guilty has been entered on your behalf. We're going to set the matter for a pretrial. Is there some reason why you couldn't show up in the first place?
Yeah, it wasn't.
Important thing is you're here now. And again,
My
you heard,
address.
Go ahead and write the phone. What's that? Just forward it to me. Just forward it to me. Defense@gmail.com. We'll give you my email. Just forward that to me.
Mr. Rodriguez, yeah, again, I want you to get a copy of today's order. It has the court date and time on it, March 14th. And stay in touch with Mr. Haverco. And conditions of release, of course, are law-abiding behavior. Stay out of trouble. Any questions at all? Take care. And again, your warrant is gone, is quashed.
They'll give it to you.
Mr. Rodriguez, thank you for your patience. One more matter on the 9 o'clock calendar, and that is Kylie Anderson. I understand the city has a motion
Yeah,
in
the
that
city,
case.
city moves to dismiss, without prejudice.
So ordered. I'm citing the order to that effect now, and a copy will be sent to Anderson's attorney. With that, we can go off record. Back on record, call the matter of Yelm versus Mr. Howard.
City moves to dismiss without prejudice.
Mr. Howard, the city's moved to dismiss. I'm sure hearing no objection at all from your attorney. Howard, with the matter being dismissed, you're free to leave. Again, no contact orders, no contact, and these things happen. But in any event, you're free to leave. I'll be signing a formal order of dismissal. But good luck to you. You take care.
And, are we on the record yet? Oh, we are?
Good morning, sir. Is your full name Mason Oran McKee Samonte?
Matter comes on before the court for a pretrial hearing on a reckless driving charge. Parties have had an opportunity to discuss this matter. I believe on this matter, the city has a motion.
Sorry, which matter is this?
This is docket number 4, page 6. McKee Samonte.
Oh. Apologies, Your Honor. City moves to amend to an infraction negligent driving in the second degree.
Recommended fine?
We would,
150.
150, yeah, we would just admit to that.
Mr. McKee Samonte, the city has amended the charge by agreement with your attorney from pretty serious criminal offense of reckless driving, which bears license suspension, possible significant jail time, to a civil infraction. You admit that you drove in a negligent fashion on January 11th, 2024, within the city of Yelm.
Yeah.
That in mind, I'll assess a $150 fine. I'm not familiar with the facts of this case. I simply remind you that driving a motor vehicle is probably one of the most dangerous things you're ever going to do in your life. I could give you a long list. Take me until well after noon of friends, clients, relatives who were badly injured or killed on the road by virtue of mishaps with trucks, motorcycles, cars, etc. So the good idea, slow down, relax, and drive with due care, due caution to yourself as well as everybody else out there on the road. It seems like the ones that get hurt the worst are the ones that had nothing to do with the situation, just wrong place, wrong time. There is a infraction disposition, which I'm signing this time. Your payments will be scheduled at $25 a month with the first payment due March 15th. What I want you to do, sir, is go to the window outside the courtroom to your left, get a copy of today's order, and if you have any trouble making the payments or any questions about the order, give Mr. Abercrombie a call. Okay? Take care of yourself. Thank me by driving carefully. It'll be good for your insurance premiums as well.
This is Mr. Bradley Phillips. He's on the 11 o'clock calendar. And matter comes before the court for pretrial hearing on a reckless driving charge. Parties have reached an agreement, that being a 2-year stipulated order of continuance on the condition that he pay a $250 court fee and not commit any new criminal law violations, at the end of which time the charge would then be amended on the city's motion to negligent driving in the second degree.
There's also the docket number 8, the infractions of no headlights and no insurance. Is there an agreement on those as well?
I'm thinking the city would dismiss the no headlights and 150 on the no insurance.
That's fine.
For the record, is your full name Bradley J. Phillips? Mr. Phillips, I'm looking at an SOC, stipulated order of continuance, which in essence is a contract. A 2-year contract in your case, over the next 2 years, it's very important that you not get any criminal traffic violations. There's a fairly short list of what those are, and Mr. Haverco can certainly help you with that. That is the most important part of this agreement. You're also to pay a cost in the amount of $250. Now, if you violate this agreement in any respect, and the city proves that by a preponderance of the evidence, the case is resolved by me reading the police report, and you almost certainly would experience or incur a conviction for reckless driving. It's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty for that is 1 day short of a year in jail and a $5,000 fine. And of real significance is your license would be suspended, and that drives your insurance premiums north by quite a ways. You admit that on the day you were cited, January 12th, you didn't have insurance.
Actually, I did.
Change your recommendation?
Well, I don't know if there's a way to kind of reverse track,
Yeah.
but
Yeah,
we'd like to switch out the admissions and
Okay.
make an admission to the no headlights, $150, and dismiss the no insurance ticket. We can do that.
you admit that your headlights were defective on the January 12th. I'll assess $150 on that as well. That's a total of $400 by way of fines. Give you a time payment agreement on that. Again, Mr. Phillips, you may have heard me say this a moment ago, that driving a vehicle of any kind that's motorized, very likely to be one of the most dangerous things you ever do in your life, unless you're a coal miner, Alaska crabber or something. Do it carefully, so you're, not endangering yourself and not endangering anybody else that's out there using the same roadway as you are. I'm going to wish you good luck. We don't learn from the mistakes we all make. We're condemned to repeat them. So hopefully this will lead to some low insurance premiums in the future and some safer driving. Good luck to you.
And before we completely finish this hearing, I just wanted to add to the record, I did advise the defendant that my understanding is that sometimes, I don't know if it's mandatory, but even though someone does not enter a plea on a criminal traffic offense, for which there could be a license suspension, that if the court takes money on that matter, DOL for administrative driving record purposes may consider that some kind of violation. And according to Joseph Oboda from Lacey, who lectured me over many years, so that if they take money, that they, again, DOL, not for criminal, conviction purposes, but for administrative committal purposes, they may consider it a violation and they may suspend him. I don't know if that will happen, but I just wanted to make it clear for the
Make it
record
clear on
that
the
I did advise him and let him know that
So
could be a possibility.
Mr. Phillips, does that raise any questions, what your attorney just said? Yeah, the DOL, I've had to deal with them as a private attorney many, many times. And they're an entity unto themselves, and I've never been able to accurately predict what they're gonna do. I've said many times, if you give them a call 10 times and get 10 different people, ask them the same question, you're gonna get 10 different answers. So I'm gonna wish you the best luck. The paperwork involved in today's hearings, I want you to go and get a copy of that at the window outside the courtroom and over to your left. Mr. Phillips, good luck to you. Take care of yourself. And some judges get pretty irate about hats. It's not a big deal to me, but always a good, if you have to be in a courtroom in the future, always probably a good idea. Safest thing is to remove your hat. Good luck.
They still suspended, their status, their suspended status recently has been suspended driving third degree, so based on that, I believe the city has a motion on that case.
Mr. Owner, City.
And
not a
she'll,
criminal matter.
she'll admit that, and I think the parties would agree to $150.
It's gonna be the, yes, you don't plead guilty or not guilty to a civil infraction. All I can do is impose a fine. You admit or deny it. Do you admit that you did not have a valid license on your person when you were cited? Recommended sentences? what?
$150.
$150. So imposed, good luck. And any idea about what your licensing situation, when you're gonna get that resolved or gonna be able to, or?
It would be
Always, yeah, a good idea. These things have a way of snowballing just way out of control. And you get pulled over because you're driving, because you had to drive, and then to do everything you can to get the restricted license, and so you can get back to being fully licensed as soon as possible. Signing the disposition form on this, $25 a month, first payment due March 15th. Any questions at all? Ms. McKay, thank you. You take care of yourself, and good luck getting re-licensed.
No. Yeah, just talk to the clerk before you go. Yeah. So this is, Your Honor, Jana Trap.
Trap,
Matters
good one.
on the item number 6 on for a confirmation hearing, actually.
Yes.
On the 10 o'clock calendar. Is this reviewing, the
Mr. Trapp,
doc,
good morning.
the doc here? It looks like we already have a trial set for the bench trial.
March 14th.
March 14, and, so I didn't know whether the city, I mean, the defense is prepared. I don't know if the city wants to bother to have like another, trial confirmation hearing, maybe one court date prior to the trial date, maybe, just. Yeah, so whatever the, yeah, so that'd be 2 weeks.
Mr. Trapp,
So I guess since it's on for a confirmation hearing, we would just move to reset today's.
Reset confirmation hearing
2
for
weeks
next week.
out.
it's always best to, if it's all possible, sometimes it's not, if it's all possible to resolve a matter by agreement of the parties. That's said to be much better than getting a result by going to trial and getting a result that nobody likes. But anyway, fully discuss the matter with your attorney and We're going to continue the matter to the next available court date, 29th, prior to proceeding to trial if necessary on March 14th.
So just be back in 2 weeks. So that's all. Yeah. Yeah, free to go? Yeah. Yeah, just pick up your paperwork.
Mr. Rapp, we're preparing the order resetting now. February 29th, 10 o'clock. Get a copy at the window and we'll see you back here in a couple of weeks. Take care.
And I don't know if Your Honor is inclined to, it's 10:27, and I did get a phone call and did speak with Deanna Brass this morning. She was item number 1 on the pretrial calendar.
So she has a foreman.
She
queue.
said that apparently the CV axle on her truck broke. And she's been calling around trying to get a ride. I told her that I tell the court that and ask the court to consider, not issuing a warrant and just a note or non-appearance for speedy trial purposes. And so,
I'm inclined to, as long as the client is in touch with you,
yeah.
I'm inclined to reset it.
That's what the defense would have.
These things happen. I can't fault her for having a broken axle. Under Car City, have any objections, just simply resetting this to the 29th? Do we need an order to that effect? Donnie, you just mail a notice to her. Okay.
And the other 10 o'clock matter, which is the only remaining matter, Robert James Staley, my notes indicate it's an old case, it's 2021, and I have not yet had contact with this person, so I have no information one way or the other.
So ordered.
Yeah, it's 9/11, so.
Now, on record, I'll defer to the parties for the order in which the pretrials are called.
Thank you, Your Honor. So this is on the 11 o'clock calendar. This is Mr. Messias, is it Messias? Macias.
Sias Perez?
Yeah. And he is going to enter a straight plea to the charge of DUI. And on the court's acceptance of the plea, the city will move to dismiss the DUI. It's to be amended, just to make it clear, to that of a no test. I think this is a situation where he did attempt to blow, but it didn't register. But just to be clear to DOL, we just want to treat it as a no test. And then the recommendations would be basically all the mandatory minimums.
Thank you. Sir, for the record, is your full name Victor Manuel Messias Perez? I'm looking in the O-Court system here at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to one count of driving under the influence of intoxicants. Plea form tells me you're 62 years of age. Any trouble going through the plea agreement with your attorney, with Mr. Haverco? And have you had any question at all about what it meant to enter a plea of guilty to this charge? Was any question you had answered?
No, Your Honor. No, sir.
You don't have?
He's asking you if you have any questions. No, I don't have any questions.
No questions. Any problem at all going over the process with your attorney?
Have you had any difficulty in understanding the process as I reviewed it with you, the plea, your rights, the charge? That's what he's asking. No, Your Honor, I just go over whatever it's.
Now, if I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5, no trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing, which could be up to 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine, since this is a gross misdemeanor. You realize that? No rights as contained in paragraph 5, no trial, no appeal, simply the sentencing. With that in mind, as to one count of driving while under the influence of intoxicants with no test result alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on January 6, 2024, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty? You make that plea of your own free will. Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty? I will find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made. And your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements. And it looks like at this time I will dismiss the DWS third charge as a part of the resolution of this matter. With regard to sentencing, Mr. Haverco, anything to add?
Nothing to add. I believe he's done 2 days in jail. So it'd be, we would ask the court to impose 364 with 362 suspended, credit for 2 days served. And I reviewed it with him, all of the conditions the court would likely order, that court would order him to get an alcohol drug evaluation, comply with any treatment recommendations. I don't know to what extent he has an issue. He did have a prior DUI from 2007 that was amended to a negligent driving in the first degree. And so I've gone over with him all of the conditions, and I believe there's a required $990.50 fine. And
why the 50 cents? I don't know, but it's there. Mr. Radfield, anything to add to the recommendation? Mr. Messias Perez, is there anything you'd like to tell me about what happened? Anything you think I should know before sentencing?
no, Your Honor, I believe so.
Thank you for the. There's what they call the mandatory minimums, which is what's being recommended here. Certain things to which I cannot go below. I'm going to follow the mandatory minimums here to this extent. 364 days in jail, 362 suspended on the condition that you abide by the following conditions. Give you credit for 2 days served. You don't have to serve any more jail time unless there's a violation addressed in a future meeting. $990.50 fine is mandatory to impose. I will do so at this time. The conditions of the suspended jail time are law-abiding behavior, especially when it comes to drinking and driving. Again, if we don't learn from mistakes, we're condemned to repeat them, and sometimes we have to get hit over the head more than once. it's required that you get a drug and alcohol evaluation and comply with any recommended treatment, which will probably be drug and alcohol information school and a victim impact panel. And that's to be done within the next 90 days.
No, he's giving you 90 days within which to show proof of an evaluation.
Yeah, the 90 days is to prove you may or may not be able to get it all done within 90 days, but at least initiate the process and get the evaluation done within the next 3 months. And as a result of having accepted the plea, the Department of Licensing will take action against your license in an amount determined by them, depending upon your history in large part. Now, the good news is you're here, you're healthy, nobody's hurt. But the reason why the penalties are as bad as they are is because the number of people that are hurt directly because of drinking and driving. Harm caused by people that otherwise wouldn't harm anybody. Or anything. So Messias Perez, I'm going to wish you the best of luck. It's been a long time, 2007 is, but quite a few years back, but let's let 10 times that many years pass before there's a repeat. But any question at all?
No, Your Honor.
I'll sign the judgment and sentence in open court, reflecting what I've said. What I want you to do is get a copy of that at the window outside the courtroom and to your left. Look it over carefully, and if you have any question at all about what is meant by anything in the paperwork, give Mr. Haverco a call, okay? The best I can do is just wish you good luck, take it easy, and get this behind you. Get it behind you. That's license, insurance, etc. There's a lot of bad things happen, but they go away given time, as do all things, I guess I could say. Mr. Messias Perez, good luck to you. You take care.
No, we don't. Yeah, here you go. This is Mr. Flowers on the 11 o'clock. This is your speedy trial waiver.
Full name Jeffrey, middle initial L, Flowers.
Yes, Your Honor.
We are inputting a motion for a continuance in O courts. And,
Have the motion up. How far out would you like to go?
we-
February
we'd like
9th?
we'd like to set it out approximately 90 days. We did a lengthy waiver. And the reason is he's got some pending felony matters in Pierce County, and it sounds like hard to say if it's gonna go to trial or if there's gonna be a plea. There hasn't been a decision made yet. So what I told him that if everyone's agreeable, we'll set it out 90 days to allow plenty of time. But if in the meantime he strikes a plea bargain in Pierce County, to let me know right away so we can reset this matter sooner and maybe take care of this before any kind of plea deal. But right now, we just don't really know, and he doesn't know if he's gonna strike a deal there or go to trial. And
Pierce County, no, you won't know until down the road a little bit. Mr. Ratfield, any objection? We could set it out to May 23rd. That'd be about 3 months.
Sure.
Let's set it out to May 23rd. And if always a good idea to get these things disposed of as quickly as you can, but Mr. Flowers, so reset it to that date. May 23rd, 2024 at 10 a.m. I'm signing an order approving of the reset. What I want you to do is get a copy of that at the window outside the courtroom and to your left, and I'll wish you luck with your Pierce County matters. Hopefully that works out to, the best way possible. Any questions? Mr. Flowers, thank you and take care.
Uh, on the other remaining, 11 o'clock matters, on Jonathan Chapman, that's a case, I just don't have any contact information. I don't think when he was in court, he had any kind of number. So I don't have any information as to his non-appearance.
On John Chapman, Mr. Hatfield, do you have a position on that case? No show, obstructing charge, going to December of, last year.
And I had mentioned to the court, I don't have any contact information for him, no way to contact him. And, so I have no information.
Yes.
So ordered. Brian Erickson, the,
I did have, at one time, I did have a phone number. I attempted to make contact, with him in the last few days. That number is no longer a working number. So I don't have current contact information, and I don't have a way of making contact.
there's a docket note, if appears, exonerate bail. Well, he didn't appear, so I guess we don't exonerate bail. Bonnie, is that? Was that, sorry, that's sorry, I feel a little less flippant here. That was. Is, any idea, hear anything from Mr. Erickson?
No, I've had no contact. Yeah, no contact.
Warrant?
Yeah.
Same amount, 2,500. So ordered. Candy Hand,
She had advised me when she came in for arraignment, at that time, she had no phone. She had no phone number. So I've had no way of, making contact with her. If she showed up today, I would have talked to her about her case here. But, no idea about her whereabouts.
I released her on February 7th. She was booked in on a warrant and, given that she assured me that she would be here without fail. So ordered. I see in Ellie Hilbert, there is, it looks like there's a pending
Well,
resolution.
I had a lengthy discussion with her the last few days about her case, and I thought we had something, worked out. And what she had told me was, she does work at home, but I guess today she apparently does some kind of work, in a clinic, in Oregon. I don't know if she's, like a medical assistant. I'm not sure what her situation is, but she was saying that her lunch hour was from 11 to 11:30. And, and I told her we'd really try to, if she could call in and make sure to be in that window of time between 11 and 11:30, that we try to, take her case, and kind of had everything worked out. So I'm surprised she hasn't called in today.
You've been in touch. I would be inclined to knock it over to
Yeah.
a couple of weeks and then
Yeah,
note the
so-
non-appearance for
yeah,
speedy trial
Yeah,
purposes.
and so I would suggest, based on the fact that I was able to contact her, she was very amenable to talking with me. I would ask us to note the non-appearance and then reset it.
City have any objection to resetting the matter?
No. I'll try to reach out to her in the meantime.
See what happens. We'll send her notice. But I guess that concludes the, unless I'm missing something, which
No,
I usually
I think that's
am.
it.
I will take in custody matters first. Springer, come on up and have a seat next to Mr. Haverhill. Good afternoon, Council. Mr. Ensing, you're on phone, but now are you able to hear me?
I am able to hear you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
1 o'clock calendar. Your client is in the courtroom and at the council table. I'm going to take that matter first. Good afternoon,
Thank
sir.
you, Your Honor.
Daniel Alexander Barriga. Mr. Barriga, the citation I have alleges that on or about February 3rd, 2024, you committed the offense of driving under the influence of intoxicants. That charge is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. At this point, I'm going to turn to your attorney for the entry of a plea on your behalf.
And Your Honor, we acknowledge receipt of the complaint, waive formal reading. We stipulate to probable cause for purposes of arraignment only. I've reviewed rights at arraignment with Mr. Barriga, so he does understand all those rights, and we'd enter a plea of not guilty.
Okay. With the Mr. Ensing, with the record here with 2 priors, I think I have to order ignition interlock. In addition to the standard conditions, any objection? Any issue?
No objection to standard conditions with the mandatory ignition interlock device. And Your Honor, he has an ignition interlock device installed in his vehicle. So he had that installed prior to today's hearing. So he's already in compliance with that condition.
Perfect. Mr. Barriga, did I pronounce your name right? If not, the conditions of release are, show up in court, of course. Don't drive unless licensed insured. Don't drink and drive at all. Any officer asks you to take a breathalyzer, you're to do so. And yes, I want proof filed within the next 5 days, Mr. Ensing. 5 days.
That's perfect.
Ignition interlock on your vehicles, okay? We'll set the matter for a pretrial at this time. Available dates are next. We do have a February 29th. And private counsel is always at 9 o'clock in the morning. March 4th.
Okay.
Or March 28th.
Your Honor, can we have March 28th?
City, have any objection? No objection. We're going to set your matter for a pretrial on March 28th. I'm going to enter an order to that effect, and you'll get a copy of it before you leave, and we'll mail your attorney a copy as well. March 28th, 2024, you're to be here at 9 o'clock in the morning. Require defendants to be here in person. Your attorney may or may not appear by way of Zoom. I'm going to leave that up to your attorney. Mr. Ensing, anything further?
Nothing further from defense, Your Honor. Thank you.
Signing the order at this time. And again, we'll be sending you a copy. You take care.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Take care. Mr. Ensing, if you leave the courtroom, go to your left and you get a copy of today's order, and stay in touch with your attorney, and we'll see you back here on March 28th. Any questions at all? Okay, that concludes the hearing. You're free to leave. The rest of you are here represented by Mr. Haverco, our public defender. I'll call you up one at a time. The one thing you need to know at this point is you have a right to have a lawyer represent you at all stages of any criminal proceeding. If you're indigent, I appoint public defender to represent you at public expense. Typically, at an arraignment, a plea of not guilty has been entered, which is not any great statement about the case, but is a way of preserving your rights pending what they call a pretrial conference. That's a chance for you to go over the case with your attorney, and he discuss the cases with the prosecutor. And if you can reach a resolution of the case by agreement, that's done. If you can't reach an agreement on how to resolve the case, you have a right to a public and speedy jury trial in the county where the offense was allegedly committed. Is Kevin Bingaman in the courtroom? Kevin Bingaman. We'll come back to that matter. You've saved yourself a warrant for your arrest by showing up today. At the end of the calendar, I go back over the cases for the people that have not appeared, and there's no reason for the non-appearance. A warrant will be issued for their arrest, and arrest warrants usually get served at the most inopportune time. So Kevin Bingaman does not answer. How about Gary Bray? Mr. Bray, if you'd step forward and have a seat at the council table. Full name Gary Dean Bray. Mr. Bray, the citation I have alleges that on or about February 7th, 2024, you committed the offense of hit and run attended vehicle. That's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days and or a $5,000 fine. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to enter a plea on your behalf. He'll do so, and we'll set the matter for a pretrial. Mr. Haverco?
Thank your honor, stipulate to probable cause, ask the court to enter a not guilty plea.
Mr. Bray, a plea of not guilty has been entered on your behalf, and again, that preserves your rights pending a pretrial. What I want you to do is give Mr. Haverco your contact information.
You have a phone number? Charged with hit and run attendant. Yeah. Yeah, it's working.
Ray, thank you for appearing. You take care. Now, I want you to get a copy of today's order by going to the window outside the courtroom and to your left. Look it over carefully. Stay in touch with Mr. Haverco, and we'll see you back here on March 28th, okay? Any questions at all, sir? Okay, thank you for appearing. Andrew Cahill Williams. Good afternoon, sir. For the record, is your name Andrew Christopher Cahill Williams? Yes. Citation alleges that on or about February 2nd, 2024, committed the offense of violating the terms and conditions of a order of protection. That charge is what they call a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. Mr. Haverco already represents you on a matter set for a pretrial on March 14th. We'll set this case for that date and at that time, and he'll enter a plea in response to the charge at this time.
Stipulate to probable cause, your honor, ask the court to enter a not guilty plea.
Mr. Cahill Williams, a plea of not guilty has been entered on your behalf. Setting a pretrial for March 14th, 10 o'clock in the morning. Stay in touch with Mr. Haverco. If your contact information has changed, I want you to share that with Mr. Haverco. Again, today's order, you can get a copy of it at the window, and I need to remind you, no contact order means no contact. Violation of that can turn into a pretty serious matter. So it's very important that that be resolved by having no contact until that is changed, which almost invariably is at some point in the future. That concludes the matter. Mr. Cahill Williams, get a copy of the order again at the window, and we'll see you back here on March 14th. Take care of yourself. Scott Coy. Full name Scott, middle initial O, Coy, C-O-Y. Mr. Coy, you were cited with DWLS third, driving a license suspended or revoked in the third degree. That's a criminal violation. There's 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine. City may have a motion to make with regard to your case. As you walked in here, as charged, that's a criminal offense, as I say. Could go to jail for up to 90 days if you're convicted. The city has amended the charge from a criminal offense to a civil infraction. The difference is this: civil infraction can't go to jail. You can get a fine. That's it. You don't plead guilty or not guilty to a civil infraction. You admit it or deny it. If you admit that you didn't have a valid license on your person when you were cited, I'll assess a $150 fine, and that'll close the matter.
Let's do that.
You also need to know that if you deny that you committed the infraction, you have a right to a contested hearing, which we'd set at a later date. But you can resolve it today by admitting and accepting a $150. No, what we'll do is set you on a payment program, and it's usually I could be a lot faster with the electronics. I'll assess a $150 fine payable at $25 a month minimum payment, with the first payment due March 15th, 2024. Now, do you know what you need to do to get your license reinstated?
I do. I checked it out yesterday.
Perfect. That's, you know, we live in a world where you gotta be able to know, drive.
It's a big screw up tonight. It's all getting good.
It may come as a great surprise to you, but the Department of Licensing is not a perfect organization, so.
No, we can talk.
I might have more stories than you do.
I'm sure you did. Yeah, that's what we did that.
I've signed an order reflecting the resolution of today's case. Mr. Coy, if you get a copy of that outside and to the left, it'll have this all spelled out on it. Any question?
No.
Give us a call.
I'm good.
You're good. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
And good luck getting reinstated. Frank DeBellion? And I very likely mispronounced that name.
Dublin, my family changed it to Dublin. That pronunciation.
The citation you have is failure to transfer title within 45 days. That also, believe it or not, is a criminal offense. I think Washington is one of the last of 6 states that has that as a criminal offense, bearing up to 90 days in jail and up to $1,000 fine. City usually has a motion. Amend the case to an expired tabs, which goes without saying. And that, if that's admitted, that's a $150 fine payable at $25 a month, and that takes care of the matter.
So.
This is what I would do, even if you did, you know, resolve the matter. The issue is whether you did or did not have a title transferred at the time. The advice I have to give to everybody in the courtroom: when you're buying a car, do not part with your money until the seller departs with the title. Because if you part with your money and the seller hasn't gotten around to that, he never will get around to that. Such things happen. See, it's on you. If you want to contest the infraction that it didn't, it's amended, so it's an infraction regardless. But if you want to have a contested hearing, if I find that you committed the infraction,
So, well, it's gotten registered.
Yep.
There's still a fee.
yes, and that's 150. The way to do the way you're going to be able to do that is to ask for a contested hearing and win.
Okay.
If it helps, we're gonna set the payments at 25 a month with the first payment due in March 15th. A nuisance, I realize it, but that happens with more people than I would believe, but we're too trusting. It hasn't happened to me, but that's only a matter of blind luck. That's And if you have a way of persuading your seller, the recalcitrant seller, to assist you with that,
Not a chance.
that's as my brother would used to say, slim and none, and Slim's leaving town. I hope this has not been too painful of an experience, but you take care, you have a good day. And the title is in your name now, that's resolved, so you don't have to worry about it. Good luck and take care. Justin Davis, I do not see. How about Alyssa Edwards? Ms. Edwards, come on up and have a seat next to Mr. Haverco. Full name Alyssa D. Edwards.
Yes.
Citation alleges in honor about February 9th, 2024, you committed the offense of assault in the 4th degree, domestic violence. That's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I will appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you in this matter, and he will enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would stipulate the probable cause as to enter not guilty plea. Right down here.
Edwards, a plea of not guilty does preserve your rights. When we spoke on the phone, when you were booked in, I said as one of the conditions of release, no hostile contact with Brandon Edwards. Does that pose any problem continuing or otherwise? Okay, great. We'll set the matter for a pretrial. March 28th, 10 o'clock in the morning. Edwards, I've signed today's order. Pretrial is March 28th at 10 o'clock in the morning. And once again, you'll get a copy of today's order by going out of the courtroom and to your left. Look it over carefully and stay in contact with Mr. Haverco, and we'll see you back here at the end of March. Any questions at all? No. Good luck to you, and thank you for your patience. Thank you. Logan Ferraro in the courtroom. Good afternoon, sir. Full name, Logan Erfricker. If there's a way to mispronounce the name, sir, I'm going to find it. So last name, Ferraro. Citation I have alleges that on or about February 10th, 2024, he committed the offense of violating the terms and conditions of a protection order. That charge is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to enter a plea on your behalf, and he'll represent you throughout the course of the case should you be indigent and require his services. Mr. Haverco?
Your Honor, would stipulate the probable cause, ask the court to enter not guilty plea.
Ferraro, as I indicated earlier, that preserves your rights, including the presumption of innocence pending a pretrial, which we'll set for March 28th, 10 o'clock. Mr. Haverco is going to ask for your contact information, and his will be on today's order. Stay in touch with him, appear back here in court.
It's working. And okay.
Or don't forget to get a copy of the order, at the window. Any questions at all? Is March 28th, 10 o'clock in the morning. And that'll be on the order.
Okay.
As well as the court's information and Mr. Haverco's, contact info. Hey, no problem. You take care. See you back here at the end of March. Is Eric Flores in the courtroom? Eric Flores. And back to that matter, how about Dakota Galvin? Lonnie Hand? Good afternoon, sir. Is your name Lonnie Lee Hand?
Yes, sir.
Your citation, dated February 8th, 2024 was for driving a license suspended or revoked 3rd degree. I'll turn to the city who may have a motion in your case as well. If you heard earlier, what that means is it's no longer a criminal offense. It's a civil infraction. If you admit it, I'll assess a $150 fine. If you deny it, we can set it for a contested hearing.
Okay.
Fine. My question is you know what you need to do to get your license reinstated?
Yeah.
You don't have to tell me what it is, but
Yeah, yes,
what
I
I'm,
do.
what I'm gonna do is encourage you to do what you can to get it reinstated. Like you heard me say earlier, we live in a world you pretty much have to be able to drive to function at all. I would make that a project. Payments on the assessment here will be $25 a month. Now, I should add, should have added, any problem making the fine payments, let us know. We can certainly address that and deal with it at a time. Don't just let it go. It just adds to the issue.
Communicate with them.
You take care of yourself, sign in an order to that effect. Get a copy of that order. I want you to do that at the window outside the courtroom to your left, and we'll see you back here. Well, we won't see you back here, hopefully, anytime. Thank you, sir. How about Jacob Hereford? How do you pronounce Hereford? Okay. Jacob William Hereford. That's it. Mr. Hereford, the citation alleges that you committed the offense of DWLS 3rd degree, January 31. And by now, you know what the city's probably going to move to do. The city has amended the charge, excuse me, from a criminal offense to a civil infraction. Any question about what that means?
Yeah.
Okay, as you came in here, DWS 3rd degree is a criminal offense. If you are convicted of that, it bears the possibility of up to 90 days in jail and up to a $1,000 fine. The city's amended the charge from a criminal offense to a civil infraction. The difference is an infraction, all I can do is impose a fine, no jail time. Mr. Haverco can maybe help you with that if,
It's a civil infraction. No, you misheard. Your charge is suspended.
Okay, all right.
And you just submitted to no valid reason.
I just thought I heard you give me live.
okay, if you admit the infraction, I'll assess 150. And if you have any questions, let's get it cleared up. From talking to Mr. Havercode, you admit, and I guess I'll ask you the same thing. Do you know what you need to do to get your license reinstated? I'd make that a project in life. I can't order you to do that. I can't order you to do anything really, but that would make life so much easier. Mr. Herford, that concludes your matter. You can get a copy of today's order by going to the window and, look it over carefully. And again, if you have any issue, problem making any payments, let us know. We can deal with it. Good luck to you. Marion Hill does not answer if there's a request. How about Stephanie Hohenowski? Stephanie Hohenowski does not answer. Anthony Johnson. Good afternoon, sir. Is your full name Anthony James Johnson? Citation alleges that on January 31, 2024, you committed the offense of driving a license suspended or revoked second degree. That charge is what they call a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction for that would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'll appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you. He'll enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Stipulate to probable cause, ask the court to enter not guilty plea.
Plea of not guilty does preserve your rights. We'll set the matter for a pretrial. Pretrial will be March 28th at 11 o'clock in the morning. Mr. Johnson, I want you to get a copy of today's order by going to the window outside the courtroom. You've heard this enough already, I'm sure. And just to advise you, with this type of case, the principal interest in this courtroom is to, what can we do to get you relicensed? That's job number one. In the meantime, don't drive unless licensed and insured.
You done?
Mr. Johnson, good luck. Take care. How about Travis Lindsay? Travis Lindsay. Kara Ann Linnenkugel? If I mispronounce your name, I'm sorry. Full name Melissa Sue. Or Kiara Ann Linnenkugel? Kara Ann. Citation alleges in honor about February 7th, 2024, you committed the offense of theft in the third degree. That charge is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you throughout the course of this matter, and he's going to enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Stipulate to probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter not guilty plea.
Linnenkugel, a plea of not guilty preserves your rights pending a pretrial.
We'll talk. We'll talk.
Now, signing today's order, Ms. Linnenkugel, I want you to get a copy of the order at the window outside the courtroom to your left. Any questions at all? Okay. Stay in touch with Mr. Haverco, and we'll see you back here March 28th, 10 o'clock. Oh, yeah. Melissa Sue Merrick does not respond. Laura Elizabeth Merritt. Full name Laura Elizabeth Merritt. Ms. Merritt, you also were cited with driving license suspended, revoked, third degree. Again, that's the misdemeanor with a max of 90 days and or 1,000. And I suspect the city may have a motion with regard to your case as well.
Is this Melissa Merrick?
Yes, page 13.
Oh, okay.
It's Laura. It's Laura Merritt, not Merritt.
Oh, never mind.
Following page. Page
Gotcha.
13, docket number 21.
Gotcha.
I'm the one that has trouble with names. Ms. Barrett, has this happened before? Cities amended the charge from criminal to civil infraction. If you admit the infraction, it's a $150 assessment. You have a right to deny that you committed the infraction, and we can set it for a contested hearing. If you have any questions, or do you admit or deny? 150 is with the first payment due of 25 due March 15th. And once again, the important thing here is get reinstated. It's a lot of, sometimes it's real easy to lose your license, and it's a little bit harder, quite a bit harder to get it back. And once you get it back, make sure you keep it. You'll get there. Don't give up, get there, and then make sure you don't lose it again. Signing the today's order. And what I want you to do is get a copy of that at the window outside the courtroom to your left, Ms. Merritt. And I wish you the best of luck in getting reinstated. You take care of yourself, and thank you. Thanks. Joseph Murray. Come back to that matter. Stace, and I give up. I apologize for not being able to pronounce your name. Your last name is? Okay. First name Stace, is it? Okay, citation alleges that on or about February 8th, 2024, you committed the offense of assault in the 4th degree DV, domestic violence. That's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you in this matter, and he's going to enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Stipulate probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter not guilty plea. All right.
Trial set for March 28th. Now, when we spoke on the telephone, when they booked you into jail, there's the issue of contact, and I was ordered no hostile contact with your with Gerda. Is that causing any problem at all with you? We could elevate that to no contact at all whatsoever, as if there's, it'll stay the way it is. As long as the peace is kept, no problem at all. Pretrial set for March 28th at 11 o'clock in the morning. And if you've given Mr. Haverco your contact information, I will sign an order resetting the matter for the pretrial. Yeah. Thank you, sir. And again, I apologize for my inability to correctly pronounce your name. That's it. Thank you, ma'am. Deanna Catherine Nocera does not respond. How about Hector Manuel Oliveria Garcia? Does not respond. Paul Reed. Sean Ray Bauman. Tim Riddall. Mr. Riddall, it's been a while. How are you? Full name for the record, Timothy Riddall. Mr. Riddall, the citation I have alleges that on or about November 13th of 2023, you committed the offense of knowing possession of a controlled substance. That's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on first conviction would be 180 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you in this matter, and he's going to enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Stipulate to probable cause, Your Honor. Ask the court to enter a not guilty plea.
Mr. Riddall, a plea of not guilty has been entered on your behalf. We're going to set a pretrial for March 28th at 10 o'clock in the morning. As you can imagine, conditions of release in addition to law-abiding behavior is no non-prescribed drugs. The world we now live in, I would really like to see people save their own life. It's,
You have a phone number, Tim?
Mr. Riddall, that concludes the hearing. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself, and we'll see you back here on March 28th, 10 o'clock. Any questions? Get a copy of the order at the window, please. How about Daryl Russell? Mr. Russell, good afternoon. Full name, Daryl, middle initial R, Russell. That's just, we have to do that for the record regardless. Mr. Russell, you've got 2 matters, 3 citations. 1, driving license suspended or revoked in the 3rd degree. The 2nd is failure to transfer title within 45 days. The 3rd already is an infraction, no insurance. The city have motions on the 2? Russell, by now you know that's the difference between a criminal and a civil matter. Any questions? Do you admit or deny that on February 5th, 2024, you didn't have a valid license on your person, had expired tabs, and no insurance? 150 each. Mr. Russell, that you know what they say about you find yourself in a hole, quit digging. That's that just gets deeper. So what I'd like you to do is, stay off from behind the window of a car, the wheel of a car, and consider how you're going to have to go about getting things straightened out to where you can legally drive. I'm going to wish you the best of luck with that. In the meantime, this is added on to the, and I'll ask you to get a copy of this at the window. And yes, please refrain from driving until you've managed to get things sorted out. Mr. Russell, good luck to you. You take care. Jebediah Stecker. Is it Jebediah Joseph Stecker? The citation is for driving a license suspended, revoked, 3rd degree. And you probably realize what the city's going to do at this point. City is moving to amend from the criminal offense to the civil infraction. Any questions about what that means? You admit or deny that you drove without a valid license on February 9th here in Yelm. Admit? Ms. Stecker, do you know what you need to do to get your license back? How much? That may seem to you to be an insurmountable task. You might consider seeing a lawyer that specializes in debtor-creditor relationships. You sounds like a financial responsibility, suspension. There's options there. You need to get on it and pursue them. Signing an order on today's reflecting today's ruling. Mr. Stecker, I want you to get a copy of today's order at the window outside the courtroom to your left. Any question at all? I'm going to wish you good luck, okay? Take care of yourself. Corey Thompson. How about Noel Tillamar? Good afternoon, sir. I hope I don't mispronounce your name. Is it Noel? No middle initial. Tillamar. Is that good enough? The citation alleges that on or about February 4th, 2024, you committed the offenses of driving while under the influence of intoxicants and also hit and run attended vehicle. Both of those charges are what they call gross misdemeanors. The maximum penalty for each would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'm going to ask Mr. Haverco to enter a plea on your behalf, and I'm appointing him to represent you throughout the course of this case.
Stipulated probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter a not guilty plea to both charges.
Gilmore, a plea of not guilty preserves your rights. We're setting a pretrial for March 14th at 11 o'clock in the morning. The conditions of release that were earlier set when I spoke to you on the telephone while you're in jail, those remain in effect. Don't drive unless you're licensed and insured, and absolutely no drinking and driving at all. Gilmore, that concludes the hearing. Get a copy of the today's order at the window outside the courtroom and to your left, and we'll see you back here on the 14th of March. Good luck to you. Any questions? Take care. Thank you, ma'am. Timothy Wallace. Good afternoon, sir. Full name Timothy, middle initial M, Wallace.
Yeah.
Mr. Wallace, the citation alleges that on or about February 5th, 2024, you committed the offense of driving a license suspended or revoked in the second degree. That's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you. He'll enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Stipulated probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter not guilty plea.
Mr. Wallace, a plea of not guilty. Preserve your rights, as I indicated earlier, many times. Setting a pretrial for March 28th at 11 o'clock in the morning. The conditions of release, of course, law-abiding behavior and no driving unless you're licensed and insured.
Correct.
That you were drowned out a little bit there.
Is this gonna, yeah.
No. Nope, you've been cited, but nothing has happened. The disposition of a case, if you made and I accepted a plea of guilty, which I wouldn't do at this point, yes, that would have an effect. But while the matter's in pretrial status, that does not help you, that does not keep you from getting a restricted license.
Thanks, pay for it, I know.
Oh, boy.
Application filled out and
Uh,
that's it.
That's,
Your phone number.
Yeah, 360. 60.
Okay. Perfect.
well,
I'll contact you. Yeah, but before you leave, go to see the clerk and get your copy of the paper.
March 28th, you're good to go, but yeah, good luck getting the restricted license issued. It's a step in the right direction and yeah, and again, don't give up. I've seen too many people give up on getting reinstated. Don't do that. I will help. Welcome back. Time to go that way. So, you take care. Andrew Woods does not answer and will not answer because he's not here. We got a little excitement out there. With that. Yes. Going back on record with regard to the 1 o'clock calendar, I'm going to call the matter of Yelm versus Paul Reed. And we need to confirm for the record, full name Paul E. Reed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Reed, the citations this time are driving license suspended or revoked, 3rd degree, and failure to transfer title within 45 days. Both misdemeanors, the maximum penalty, 90 on each, 1,000 on each. City may well have a motion with regard to both of those sites. They're not criminal anymore, they're civil. If you admit the infractions, they're $150 each, payable at $25 a month. Admit or deny. Well, that's community service that put together a program, get yourself back on the calendar and let me know. The trouble is I find that too many times, okay, do community service and then somebody comes back and says, well, a lot easier to crank out 25 a month than that's, but I want the important thing here is if this stuff, the hole just keeps getting deeper and you don't want to go there. Is there a way you can function without driving? That's tough. I know that's tough. There's a number of legal clinics. I don't know what's available and I've been out of private practice long enough, but what I would want you to do is look around, look into that. There's other options here. There's justice projects. But yeah, look into that, okay?
Okay, yes, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you. But yeah, I mean,
You know, it's apparent you're kind of on hard times here a little bit.
I'm not
That's,
gonna use that correct.
well, there's a few old sayings about that, you know, tough times and tough people. What I'm hoping is, don't give up on yourself, don't give up on life, you know, hang in there and hopefully with the coming of spring, the times will be better. Yeah.
This too shall pass.
It does, we live in an age of transition, uncertainty and change. And and you don't never know from moment to moment what it's going to be. But Paul, I'm going to wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself. Sign an order on today's hearing. Get a copy of that at the window and you take care of yourself.
There you go.
We're now on record. I'm going to call a traffic infraction hearing. Before me is Cheyenne Dawn Jewett.
Yes.
Ms. Jewett, you asked for a mitigation hearing with regard to a no valid operator's license with valid ID and no insurance tickets. Both of those are the high priced ones. That's a lot of money for those. Did you, do you have a license now or what's?
I do, I did, so what had happened was I had just started my job. I'm a single mom of two. So I was like on my second paycheck. My first paycheck obviously went to the kids. And I was trying to get the appointment for my license, but I know I stupidly drove my car without one. I do right now have valid insurance for my car and a valid license.
Great. I'd rather have you spend your money on the insurance than on this. Let's reduce it to 150 each.
Okay.
That's still 300 and you can pay that at 25 a month, but that's a heck of a lot better than what it started out at.
Right.
Why and then the insurance ticket is, that just keeps going up. Every time the legislature wants to fund something, that's one of the ways they do it is add on a $3 assessment or $5 assessment onto traffic infractions.
Right.
So I'm signing an order to that effect, Ms. Jewett. First payment, 25, due March 15th. That's a month from now. If you have issues making the payments, let us know. We can certainly work things out to where that's not a problem.
Okay.
We don't want to let it go. We want you to keep your license and we want you to keep the insurance in effect.
Okay.
Signing the order. What I want you to do is get a copy of that at the window outside the courtroom and to your left, and you'll have it. And happy motoring.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Ms. Jewett, thank you. You take care of yourself. Have a good day. Back on record for the 1 o'clock no-show, starting with Kevin Bingaman, page 10, docket number 2. I do find probable cause for the issuance to him of a hit and run attended. Bond will issue 2,500 cash or bond, and the bond that he has posted, notify the bonding company it's forfeited. Also find probable cause for NVOL without and failure to transfer title within 45 days. Next one is Justin Davis. Probable cause was previously found when I released him from jail. Reissue warrant 1,000 cash or bond each. Next would be Eric Flores. Docket number 11, probable cause was previously found when he was released from jail for theft, third, and obstruction, 2,500 cash or bond. Dakota Galvin, released from jail, probable cause having been found when released. Warrant will issue 2,500 cash or bond. Next would be Camarian DeMar Hill. There was a note in the reviewed that apparently a death in the family, had to fly back to Illinois. A reset, note the non-appearance for speedy trial purposes, reset with notice. Next would be Stephanie Howanowski. It was a choice between theft and criminal trespass. They chose criminal trespass instead of both. Find probable cause for that, 2,500 cash or bond. Next would be Travis Lindsay. Docket number 18, amend DWS third to Noval 2 and FTA the same. Next would be Melissa Merrick, not Merritt, Merrick. Find probable cause previously when she was released from custody on January 31st for court today, 2,500 cash or bond. Next would be Joseph Murray. Find probable cause for a 2 counts of possession of a controlled substance and theft. Third, when I released him from custody, from the custody of the Nisqually jail. That's docket number 23, 2,500 cash or bond. There's docket number 22. That's a diversion issue. Did he have notice to be here today on that, or was that just docketed? Probably just docketed. Let's just leave that. Let's just leave it. And then Mr. Nocera, amend DWS third. This is docket number 25. Amend to Noval 2 and FTA that with Oliveria Garcia. Found probable cause when he was released from custody on February 1st, 2,500 cash or bond. Next would be Sean Bray Bauman. Probable cause was found for each on docket numbers 28 and 29. When he was released from custody, he was taken in on those charges as well. 2,500 cash or bond each. Then there's Corey Thompson. Docket number 34, amend that to DOS third 2, Noval 2 and FTA. And then last would be Andrew Woods, knowing possession of a controlled substance. I find probable cause for that. 2,500 cash or bond. And that, I believe, unless I missed somebody, and I don't think I have. Yes. Now, why would he not? Well, if he shows up by the end of the day or you hear anything from him, he leaves a message, reset it. If he doesn't, by the end of the day, FTA, Mr. Ward to, Department of Licensing on both, no insurance and, no valid ID or no license with valid ID. And that does conclude, I believe, the entire calendar. And we'll go off,